Hello! Today we are continuing cleaning the HP frequency counter. This is an HP5245L, and yesterday we started taking a look at cleaning it after fixing that Radio Shack color organ, and it was kind of going more interestingly than I anticipated, because we ended up using a Dremel with a polishing tool to clean off some really stubborn glue, and we still have the add-in module that is even dirtier that I need to clean, and I think we're going to shift our focus towards that at first, actually, because I think I actually want to try the polishing compounds that the kit came with. There are directions on the box for how to use it, so could be interesting to give that a shot, because this is extremely matte compared to this, which is a lot glossier, and if it could actually rejuvenate the paint, that would be kind of cool. So it's also just an excuse to learn how to use it. If this all goes super fast, behind this thing, there's a Sony Digimatic clock on the Decorator 3 back there that we will take a look at, because this is hopefully not going to be a million hours of work, but we'll see how it goes. So, all right. I didn't hear the deck talk. Why did I not hear the deck talk? Is this... Hold on, let me try restarting it to make sure that sound is working. Haha, nothing ever works. I love it. Stream remote. Running console.
Deck talk is now online. End of line.
Why am I not hearing it?
101 keyboards
Are you guys hearing it?
End of line.
Sounds like it. Deck talk was audible on stream. Last time I remember this happening, nope, it's not KDE being used. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, it's fine. It's driving me insane, but it's fine. There we go. I tried to update No Machine in the office today, because I've never been able to remote desktop the stream PC because No Machine just dies connecting to it. It's running Wayland, but I'm not sure that's why. I really don't know why. It just hates this computer, because I'm pretty sure my laptop might be running Wayland. Maybe it's running X, I don't remember. But yeah, No Machine, it just has never connected to it. But No Machine mutes the target system when you try to connect to it. So I forgot that I muted that, and I used the operating system sound for that. Anyway, Now I'll hear it. Okay. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I'll point this out. Poot had mentioned this in Discord afterwards. Had expressed concern after yesterday's stream about potential fragments being inhaled. So this is one of the pads that came with this kit, and if I just flick it, you can see all the particles that come off of it. So the dust stuff that you're seeing isn't like paint that's being aerosolized. It's just these pads are really, they're not like cleaned. Like maybe if I rinsed them out, they would do less of that. So it's not that this is like spewing paint debris up into the air. It's just the fibers from that thing. So I'm not wearing a mask for this because I'm not really concerned about that. I'm pretty sure that's just cotton or something. So probably not great. I don't think it's that bad. A little lead paint never hurt. But it's not the paint that's coming off. Anyway, there wasn't that much. So I'm not that concerned about it. All right. Regular Carl polish works nicely on HP paint. That's the easy part. The difficult part is getting all the polish out of the rotted letters and symbols next to the dials. Yeah, that part's not going to be fun. That's one of the reasons why I want to try it on this first, because there's this nice giant area around the horrifying knob, which maybe I could take off. I don't know. I see set screws on the side. Maybe we could try taking it off. Asbestos polishing pad, yeah. So, felt fibers get everywhere. They're big enough not to be fully inhaled. If you're worried, blow your nose after. All right. Propyl will help remove the polish. Anyway, yeah, that's what we're doing today. So we're not starting with this. We're going to start with this thing, which is smaller and easier to see.
Laura Kuhn says CHER 100 horrifying knob is the name of weight. Wrong streamer. End of line.
Hey, Usagi, you'll like this thing. This is an HP frequency counter that I picked up a while ago, and it's really difficult to turn. You know what would help is if I plugged this in. I have all the knobs off because I'm giving it a clean. Yes. So in the next video I'm going to be putting out, actually, I use this thing. Oh, it's so hard to operate without the knobs on it. I use this thing as a timer because you can set it to a 1 second count. So today I'm just trying to clean it up. So for future videos, if I need to like run a timer while something is happening, I can just use this because it's hilarious. Initially I wanted one of these because I thought I would try and build in a frequency counter clock. But now I think it's just too cool. Plus this one's really, really loud. I don't want to leave it on all the time. So beautiful. It is really sweet. It has a module. I didn't get it with the module initially. One of my viewers here, Digital Ice Age, sent me this one. This goes in there. I'm not exactly 100% sure what this does. It says frequency converter. I think it just applies a math to it, basically, like divides it or something. So you could measure like gigahertz or something on it at a lower speed. But yeah, it's pretty darn sweet. So you should see the inside too, because it's horrifying. So let's see, just pop out a couple of captive screws, and boom. Gigahertz prescaler, awesome. That's what I had a feeling. Yeah, it's a thing. Once anything goes wrong in here even once, I'm screwed. Matter of fact, I see a little piece of decayed fluff on here I would like to remove. Oh gosh, it just turned to dust even in the tweezers. Okay, well, air compressor it is. I just don't want it resting in the legs of that transistor. At least it's not full of scorpions. At least it's not full of scorpions yet. It's still in Arizona. If anything goes wrong in there, you're calling Curious Mark? Yeah, maybe. So yeah, what we're going to be experimenting with today is cleaning up the paint on it that's in pretty rough shape. So you can see on especially the add-in module here, it's pretty bad. And I'm going to try a paint polishing kit as a first pass of cleaning, and then for smoothing out the paint. So we're going to see what that's like today. Did we check the big cylindrical caps? No. And they're fine. They've been on long enough now. They are reformed in place. I think that they were weird. They weren't just like regular capacitors. But yeah, proper old HP was awesome. Yeah, DZAC, it's just not going to happen when I'm filming live, unfortunately. I wish it could, but it's not. All right. Let's go ahead and get started here. So this is the 5253B module. There are some set screws on here. I think I will try to take it off because it would be nice to be able to get underneath of there. I really didn't want to, but I think it'll be worth it. It is kind of fixing until it's broken. Everything here works. Well, I haven't actually tested this thing. Oh, this uses a different size set screw. That makes sense. Yeah, this one's smaller. Okay. Oh, that sucks, Poot. Well, I'll keep an eye on it because it's easy enough to open up. All right. I think this basically just rotates forever. You know what? Or it doesn't matter. Hold on, I'm going to try and just spin this completely one direction and then see how it aligns. Set screw. Oh, it's way higher up in there than I thought. Nope. Come on. That's fun. There we go. I am debating this. So you can see that this is yellowed, but it's not actually meant to be yellowed. There was a clear coat on here, and in some places it's starting to peel off. And I feel like the clear coat has done its job at this point, and it's not gonna get any better. So we might want to try and remove the clear coat. I don't know. I think I put this on too low. And re-clear coated afterwards? Oh, for sure, yeah. Definitely. Yep, that will happen. Clear coat, aka cigarette smoke. I'm not clear coating it that way. Oh, okay. That's that. Why is this just loose now? Let's try to do the smart thing and positively lock it in one direction. That way I knew how to return it. Okay, that's stiff. I think it was just spinning on the shaft, which is incredibly rusty. Okay, so we point it all straight up, going to 50 at the lowest value in the current position. I think that works. I will also very much not be the first person to pull this dial off. Those are somewhat marred. And I'm not talking about the like grade 8 markings that are the cross hashes on there. Actually, they can't be grade 8 if they're that screwed up. Okay. Is this the correct size? Yes. Okay. Man, that does, that comes apart in all kinds of ways. I was not expecting this to just be a dish. Huh. Okay. Well, that's definitely worth getting under. I feel like I'm disassembling arcade machine parts. I think that's a rotary controller, and then this is the part that goes over the joystick. Okay. Yeah, that'll definitely be worth cleaning. You have a Phillips and the screw is a posi drive? Oh, is that what it was? It's close enough. That would also explain why it's all messed up. Was it ever worth taking apart? Yeah. I know, that was like best case scenario to find under there. All right, so I was actually reading the box for the polishing kit. I know, crazy. Because it turns out on the back it has directions on how to use it. So you start with red, and then you go to green. And that's basically all the directions there. But I did find this kind of funny. They have the Amazon product code actually printed onto the box, complete with the title being like truncated on there. It's really weird. So yeah, we're gonna try the polishing compound. I'm gonna do some cleaning passes first with just some isopropanol on the pad that I'm going to kind of mark as the dirty one, and then we'll see how this goes. So let's see what cleaning is like. Also, I read the words on here, and it says use low, medium speed. Yeah, medium, low speed. So I set my Dremel to 15,000 RPM. We'll see what that does. So I'm going to start out by trying to clean off that green blob. We'll see what that does. We're not going to be able to remove any of this for the record. This is engraved. I'm going to actually avoid this area as much as I can until the very end because it's going to destroy this pad. But I do kind of want to try and clean off the gook that has like gotten on the top because that will be worth it. Goodbye to the pad. Yeah, exactly. I may even just sacrifice a handful of paper towels that I just rub across that. But it's not like I'm short on pads, and I don't remember this kit being particularly expensive. And these are meant to be consumable, so I don't know. On that, maybe I want to try and switch to one of the ones like this, because there are a lot more of those. Instead of the ones that are like permanently hard mounted. So how does this work? Do you just do that? Huh. That's not very fancy. Yeah, I think that's how you do it. Okay. What are those markings? I have no clue. If you want to look at that while I mess with the pad. I know you can only kind of see it there, but not a ton of options. How about filling the letters with paint? They're a little too jagged for that. Plus, I would have to color match that, which would be very difficult. At least for me. Not too tight or you'll strip it? Okay. I'm going to thread this down until it, like, seats. Let's go with that. All right, let's see what that does. This is going to be weird. Okay, I'm going to do a rough pass with a paper towel and a little bit of isopropyl. And I'm going to use my isopropyl applier thing this time, because I remembered I have it. Yeah, this thing needs a lot of work. This is going to be very satisfying. It's only a 0.5 gigahertz downscaler. Oh no, I think I'll live though. You say you wouldn't take off the frequency dial? I did say that, but then I realized I wanted to. I don't know, I don't have any more to it than that. Okay, let's see how this spins. Ah, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna do myself and you guys a favor. One moment. I'm gonna grab a foam pad to put the Dremel body on. That way it's not as annoying. Let's see. This will be ideal. Don't forget the cap for your hair. That is an incredibly good call. Let me go grab the hat immediately. Yes. Yes, hat is required. It's not even close to being optional. Yes. Matter of fact, I wish I'd remembered hair ties as well. There we go. Now you get a whole stream of horrifying. Also, safety glasses have so much joke. It's... I don't think it's gonna be a problem. I have them. It's just... They fog up so much when you're indoors. Now I don't know where they are. They're supposed to be hanging right there. I'm not super concerned about it right now. I have no idea where they are now. That's just bugging me that I don't know where they are. I forgot I was smart and bought a brand new roll of solder. Good job, me. Yeah, well, I'll make the decision as I go along. Just put a full clean room suit on, yeah. All right, I think we're at the point where it's worth using this because we weren't getting a lot of progress there. So I'm gonna hand rotate this. Yes, I'm just gonna put some isopropyl on here, and we'll see how that goes. Safety glasses. It is. Where are they? Yeah, I wasn't putting anything directly on it yesterday. That's a different kind of problem. I love how that just instantly aerosolized. Now I smell nothing but isopropyl. I didn't think I put on that much. Okay, this is bugging me now. Found my gloves. Oh, these are my nice ones. These are my fancy going out gloves. Dude, I have like 2 pairs of these that I keep out and about. Where are they? Man, up all the way back here? No. Huh. Was I using them on something else? Did I use them for a joke at any point? All right. Where's my box of brand new ones? So many things to keep track of in such a small space. I also feel like they're just down here, like they fell down, and they're really close by. Wherever they are, they've definitely ended up someplace that they are not supposed to be. I have sunglasses. Trying to make a stupid deal. Flick a lighter will clear it up, yeah. That is something I don't have here. There is very little reason for me to ever have one here. Huh. Yeah, well now I'm just annoyed. I shouldn't be in that. There's the new ones. All right, we're breaking out a brand new pair, I guess, because I don't know where any of the other ones are. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's only 2 corners in the lab, though. There's just not a lot of space for everything. Like, coulda, shoulda, woulda, I don't know. Anyway, here we go. That's not even remotely damp still. I'm just going to do a little bit there. And we see what happens. Vroom. I think I want this. So a non-horrible staining thing. Yeah, that cleans up a lot easier. Actually, this is coming off. I don't know what polishing best practice is. Well, this isn't really polishing yet. Don't stay in the same spot. Yeah, that's why I'm moving around. And I keep applying more fluid. That does not seem to be the tool for whatever that is. Yeah, this is definitely better for this. Okay, so we'll do a quick knockdown with this. And then we'll try a surface correction. Yeah, this is much more effective. It's probably much more aggressive, though. So we'll do a quick knockdown with the melamine sponge.
Laura Coon says,
Alright, so we found the limits.
100, good job. You have a lot of tools, some in the office, and a lot in chat, semicolon. End of line.
And a lot of chat. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. That one does not want to come off. So we'll use the Holiday Inn login card. That wasn't good enough. Oh, that's surface damage. That's not coming off. A little nervous about using this over the lettering. I don't want it going down into the ridges, so I'm just going to lightly go over the surface. Okay, so it's all, I think that's on the top. Yeah, that can be removed. Okay. Well, I don't want it to, I don't know, I think it can get down in there. I swear I've had that happen. Okay. Come on. Okay, that was removable. Yeah, that green stuff seems to have stained, whatever that was. All right, we're getting close to the point where I'm going to just absolutely destroy the pad here. This is working. Oh my gosh, it just annihilated that part. Just a whole straight away. A light sanding would do more damage to the paint than it would to the indentation. At least I feel. I'm curious, Digital Ice Age, does the rest of your unit look as bad as this is? Because, man, I don't envy having to clean the whole thing if it's like this. Okay. I think we can switch to trying actual polishing. Now, here's one of the reasons why I was thinking over the back of my head it was worth taking off the knob and trying this for real with the polishing compound. Let me just get this all out of the way. Ah. So, the actual surface of the rest of the machine, I feel is, maybe it's not, it's slightly glossier. It's really hard to say. So, light. Yeah, it's really difficult to quantify, but I feel like it's glossier over the actual machine. I would leave it, well, I don't know that I'm done on the other one yet, but it might be good enough. I kind of want to try a little bit more to get that green out, though. I want to try the actual polishing compound on this, because it's already cosmetically ruined. Let's be real. So, if I can experiment and learn on this, I think it's worth it. So let's try the polishing. Let's unhook the camera, and then let's try the polishing compound on the green part. It's also really thin paint? Okay. So there is still a slight green tint there. You start with red, and then you go green on the polishing compound. I just want to try a little bit. I'm gonna grab another. So I'm gonna grab one of these, maybe? Yeah. Actually, probably one of these. Okay. Screw the doohickey mount. Dab a small amount of paste. Paste? Is that normal? That was a little better. Mix ISO in it. I don't think it's supposed to do that.
GRYK9 has subscribed at tier 2. They've subscribed for 14 months. End of line.
Angry K9, thank you for the tier 2 sub there and for 14 months. I appreciate that. It's wax base, rouge paste, pretty normal. It'll melt as you spin the pad and pick it up. Okay. So I'll just, And then maybe, yeah. I got no clue. Maybe I dip it in there while it's spinning? I have no idea. Let's find out. Hold a candle over. Hold a hand over it because it's super messy. What? Well, that was instantly more than I bargained for. Okay, I'm just gonna... I'm rubbing the jar to death. Okay. Do I want a different thing for the... I bet I want a different tip for the green one. Do I clean this off between applications? Clean front with ISO first? Okay, that's what I thought. Well, the green's definitely gone. That's definitely less glossy than the rest of it now, though. Yeah, you can definitely tell that. So I want to try the green now. Yeah, but we just magic sponge the whole thing. Okay. Green time, I guess. Such a weird process. Oh no, it's green again. Oh gosh. All right, get in there. Yeah. And then, yeah. Wait a minute, I have an idea. My idea backfired. Haha! There we go. I'm sure that's great. It's all over my fingers. Hey, it even stayed on. Where'd the glass doohickey go? I'm sure it's fine all that wax is getting down here in the bearing for this thing. It probably likes it. Okay. Well, it's not better. There we go. That's an angle. Do I have metal polish? I do not. The only things I have are what you can see here. All right, I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to really go to town on trying to get it to melt. I wish I had a foot pedal kind of solution for this. One moment. Actually, let me see. Does this say what the grit is at all? Nope. Well, if anyone wants to look it up, it's par. Because I have no idea if I'm just reaching the limits of what I can expect with this polishing compound or not. Okay. Red's 15, about 2,000, takes more than a light wipe to remove the compound from the surface. I think this is polishing bare metal. No, this is paint. This is definitely paint. So you can see flakes where the paint was nicked off, and it's like an aluminum. It's very bright. Just sample this whole thing, paint it again fresh. I think this is the perfect candidate for this, because it's already extremely damaged. I mean, the serial number information gouged in. Okay, so in theory, I can do on, off. So now I could try on, off, and let it like soak in. There we go. Practically filing off serial numbers. I'm having so much sweat roll down from underneath the goggles. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Oh, well, your angle there actually kind of catches it, but let me try and get you an angle that gets the light just right so you can see the thing. Higher grit polish you by hand to bring the sheen back. This will act as a cut and bring the surface discoloration off. Okay, so I'll do one more pass since I got this on there, and then I'll try the melamine sponge and see if that's lighter, and then we'll see. Right now I'm kind of practicing trying to avoid doing the jumping. Okay. Oh my gosh, that actually looks really good on camera. Wait. Whoa, what? I think I'm getting close. Huh. Okay. Maybe this will work. We stop here? No, actually, now I want to try one more time, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, now I'm concerned I made that shinier than the rest of it. Oh, let's try and get a baseline with flashlight. Hold on. Oh, it's definitely more polished than the rest of it. Ooh, okay then. Mission accomplished. Get in there with a random orbital. What's that? Magic eraser. Got it. Now do we clean the BNC connector? Maybe? I don't know. That seems like these little locking tabs would destroy the thing. Yeah, now I think I can probably average it out a bit with the melamine sponge. Actually, this is kind of awesome. Why does it look worse, but also better along that edge? It's so weird. Strip to paint, polish the metal. It's inconsistent. I mean, not surprising. This is, you know, my first time ever doing it. So some of it, yeah, it just, it's really hard to get an angle that shows it. That kind of does. Is it a weathered look? Yeah, that's not what I'm going for, though. I definitely think it's more polished. I'm going to give it a little more aggressive pass. It's not going to bug me. I'm just trying to learn right now. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Here, that does not look as reflective as the rest of it does. That's weird, because when we did it over here, it seemed like it was much shinier. I don't know. When it's straight on, you can't tell at all, so it doesn't really matter. It just reflects back slightly different. Yeah, it's definitely more matte. I don't know why the lighting made it look like that, but you know what? Close enough. I'm happy with that. I want to melamine a couple of yellow spots off over here if I can. And then we're going to call it on this. Okay. You have to buff the whole face for it to be consistent? Yeah. All right, I'm just going to move this to the back. All right, now the front, it's really, really hard to film the front. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. I'm also wondering if in the future just heat pencil straight down into this to melt the top and then just dip it into that would be better. I feel like this is not all going to go back in this case since she's never going to close again now. Okay. Why does it have to be so tall? And I can only get the camera up so high. We could try something that I think is a little sketchy. Give me one moment here. melt it and you get far too much compound. Okay, it only needs a tiny amount. All right, good to know. Mount camera to ceiling. There's no real good way of doing that, or else I would. I'm gonna mount it to a thing that is even more unstable. Good news, Dziak. These goggles are ridiculous, aren't they though? I don't remember where those ended up. Okay. I don't like this. Okay. It's not on the wall, it's the equipment, electrical engineering gear, test gear thing. We're gonna have it back more and then zoom in. Okay, this will work. So we still have the little bit here. I guess I should try melamine sponging that off. Oh my gosh. I should drink a thing. Amber Dixie filters, better than mine. The laminates, if it gets warm, ooh, that's as good as it gets. That's good to know. That's awful. I will make sure the fan is in top-notch condition at all times. All right. I can get you cheater zoom even. Here we go. So the goal is to take this off and then maybe along this edge here, but I'm not as concerned about that. So let's see what we can do. Okay, so heat was never going to be the option, or the solution here, because this is taking this off too well. Trying desperately to avoid the sticker, but I'm not doing a great job of. That's a metal sticker. Huh, that's weird. Okay. Oh my gosh. This is why I don't like safety goggles. Ugh. Not saying don't wear safety goggles, it's just you gotta pick the times. I'm gonna take this cover off. Well, I'm also not a huge fan of running this all down into the inside. Cover the eternal search for the blue tape. I think it ended up over here last time for some reason. Nope. Also, I'm done with the Dremel, I think. So no more hat. I don't know where the blue tape went. I don't really feel like looking for it. Screw it. Packing tape. Trying to add some kind of guide away from the inside so the melamine dust doesn't just all fall directly down onto the cards. Okay. I think that's as good as that gets. I think there might be actual real rust in there. Whoa, that's crazy. And for those of you who don't think it's crazy, I live in Arizona. Okay. I'm just giving the faceplate a little wipe. You guys have like the worst angle to highlight every single scuff imaginable. It does not look that bad when you don't have a light at just the exact perfect angle. Yeah. Okay. Now, there are areas of this that are still a little dirty. Along the front here, yeah, you can definitely see it around in this area. But now I'm thinking just melamine sponge. I'll try my best to avoid destroying the historical stickers, but it's real hard. Let me zoom it out a little bit, let you just see the whole thing overall. Dude, this thing's gonna look so good on camera. It's coming out really, really well. good versus not so great. Orange and TT Live. Well, at least you can take solace in knowing that I really appreciate that it looks good on mine, that the luck is not lost on me. Oh, the random splotches? Hmm. Where the... Yeah. Oh, this is gonna suck. I need to turn it upside down to get it knocked out of there. So this, I'm not sure, that's a crystal oven. That's not a capacitor. That thing. These, if they are capacitors, I cannot remove them because they are riveted. So yeah, there was never a chance for me being able to do anything with this as far as reforming goes. Oh my gosh. That's for being in the sunlight for you? Ugh, that's awful. You know what? Well, hold on. Let me just do this really quick. Ah! All right, come on, fall out. Okay. Before I put the top back on, let's clean it a little bit. I may have also... I'd been doing so well with this. So there's, there was foam on the lid. Was, because it just touched the desk and it all disintegrated. Let's just scrape it out of there. Oh, man. Let's do it over here so all the foam is in one place. Oh, I knew where the dust came from that got the transistor for sure. Yeah. Oh, there's a little bit up front too. Okay. If that is the stuff that people claim is in the HP 16500 series, yeah, that's bad. I have seen nothing like that in any of mine. All right, now I am not actually going to vacuum that because I don't have to. I'm just going to sweep it into a box that's already full of disgusting stuff. Okay. But it's genuine vintage HP foam, yeah. Value is ruined now. What about the back panel? I don't think the back panel has any because there's no backplane cards. We looked at that yesterday. I'm pretty sure there's not. Radioactive fallout from some nuclear testing. Strange. Okay, I'm gonna grab the simple green mix for this just to try. So, you can't even tell here. There we go. That black stuff is what I want to try and remove from this. God, it's so much nicer having the camera that high up, but the downside is that I can't get it as far down low. So let's see if any of this will come out. Oh, I almost feel like, oh no, this is paint. Huh, this is gonna be a problem. Never mind, it's super easy, barely an inconvenience. Oh my gosh, my nose, this is killing me. Yeah, I was really concerned about doing that with the melamine sponge, but I think it's just going to be necessary. Rip melamine sponge, my gosh. I've never wanted to just cut part of one off before. Holy moly, let me try a paper towel. So this stuff might be working though. Nah, see, I ain't doing squat. Okay, different tactic.
Network 17S. Subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 28 months. And says good afternoon/evening all. End of line.
Network 17, thank you for the Prime sub and for 28 months. I appreciate that. Actually, I'm gonna go with something a little more aggressive, but less big. Oh, that's the ticket. That's how to do it. All right. That's all black in there now. Okay. You know, I'm just gonna go bring the trash can in here. I suspect I'm gonna be generating a lot of trash for this thing. Maybe just that trash box. Hey, you know, while I'm off camera again, why not? Just for old time's sake. Okay. With paper towel, yeah. Hard to tell the difference when it's dry? What do you mean? Well, it used to have black splotches here and here. This is miles better. I'm gonna need some more isopropanol though. I peeled the top off, but then the plastic layer bottom of the seal stayed in place. All right, this is the perfect opportunity to refill this thing because any that spills down, it just gets used for cleaning this big flat surface. Okay, I'm too good. Literally one drop. Okay. Hopefully I didn't ruin this brush. Okay, I think it's good. All right, I'm gonna use a simple green from here to clean the rest of this. Where'd the little cap go? But I'm still gonna use a brush because that thing was a rock star. It's like this layer of dirt in it, and I'm not even sure this is getting it out. I anticipate doing one more pass of isopropyl. Feel like a monster now. Use undiluted simple green for these things. Maybe I should be, because I feel like a monster when I use just straight straight alcohol on it. Straight simple green's probably kinder to it. Surface texture makes it difficult? Yeah. And it's getting slightly soft, so I don't want to do too many more attempts here. Unfortunately, this is the top, so I really care what this part looks like. It already looks way better, though. The bottom, by contrast, is nearly perfect. It's really marred up to the point where I'm not even going to bother trying to clean it because it's just going to shred anything that I try and touch it with other than the brush. Okay. I'm going to do one more pass of light isopropyl over the whole thing. And then I'm going to call it. This does such a better job of cleaning, though. You know what? I'm going to do this a little more guerrilla tactic style. Try and get some up, wipe it up. Like there's this black line that's running along here. It's so much more effective. You can see the line where I haven't brushed. Ugh. It's working well. It's probably killing a bunch of brain cells, but it's working well.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100. You can see the line where you haven't brushed. Yeah, my hair is like that in the morning too. End of line.
Oh, believe me, I know. It actually kind of kills me. I don't have a second brush at the office because I'm kind of OCD about brushing my hair. When I'm at home, I probably do it like 8 times a day. You know what? I can probably lock those down and in. Oh, never mind. Did I just nick it? Or no, I think it was always like that. HP brushing ASMR? No, it's alcohol, yeah. Lighter than acetone.
JOHNLEGO 100 has subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 16 months. End of line.
John Lego, thank you for the tier 1.
10 has subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 51 months, currently on a 51-month streak. And says so shiny. End of line.
It is now, yes. Forgot what it's like to be able to brush my hair. Oh, gosh. Lighter, no matches? Oh, man. John Lego, thank you for the 100, or the tier 1. Sorry, your name having a 100 at the end of it threw me off. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 16 months, John Lego. And JJ, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 32, 48, 51 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. A little more here. And then a lot more along the left edge still. When this thing pops up on camera, you guys better do that Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the TV thing. Involved in a stream. Gosh. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit more on the back, and then I think I'm done. I'm going to do one big pass with simple green. Oh, that is the front. I need to pay more attention to that part. Oh, no, you're right. Okay, it's more important that I clean that section. I forgot. Drat. Okay, so I might not be done yet. Well, the back's going to be nice and clean. Okay, front needs a little more attention. Because it's still dirty in this corner and a little right here. I was just trying to be done early. Let me get a new paper towel. Okay, that's looking a lot better. Okay, that's much, much better. There we go. Wow, that's so much better than it started. That is really nice. Okay. The cleanest bit on the whole thing, yeah. Now, I will say I'm not expecting this thing to be perfect. I just want it to be not distractingly dirty, but also good looking. I think we're getting close. All right, this is where this gets a little sketchy with this arm setup here. Yeah, I think we're getting real close. That's looking extremely good now. Okay, now it's to the point where the handles are a bit of a distraction because they're so dirty. Everything else is looking fantastic, though. I need to do a little bit of brushing to get the melamine sponge debris off. What is that, like white paint there? I think we might be able to get that out. So, I think what we do, we try to clean up the front handles because they have that yellowed look going on, and then we're gonna have to do it to this too. It might actually be, I'm not usually on board with blaming things on cigarette tar, but under the center dial is not yellow, or at least not as yellow. So maybe it is an environmental factor. Maybe it's also light or air exposure. I'm not sure, but so we're definitely going to clean that. And that has similar things going on along these rails. So I'm going to do the whole thing like that. I'm really liking how this turned out. Oh, that's not white. That's scratch metal. I can't do anything about that. Okay, because I'm not repainting it. Okay. Let's work on the dial, and then we'll take what we learned with that and apply it to the handles. It's flux fumes from years being on a soldering bench. That is possible as well. Okay. I am going to grab my cheater tray. And by tray, I mean Sterilite bin lid. It allows me to use a lot more cleaning fluid a lot more aggressively, because I don't have to worry about it destroying my workbench. Okay, let's start out with just simple green, see what we get with that. I would do handles first, as I have no legend that can be damaged. I'm going to start light and see. They have a clear coat. The aluminum's brushed finish, polish away very easily. You'll get little mirrored polish bits where... Okay, so if it is clear coated, then it is probably not nicotine, but that also means I probably won't be able to clean it off that easily. Yeah, ain't nothing changing on that. I think this might be dead. I don't know. Ooh, look at the yellow coming off onto the sponge. May clean up his module and body machine from different places. Maybe. But the body has the same thing going on. Actually, this is turning out a little bit. That's damage, I think. Yeah, that's a nick in the surface. So I'm not going to be able to do anything about that. Same thing here, I think. However, I may have just taken off... Oh, it's really nasty. It's like leaving behind specks. Oh, gosh. So it's breaking apart, leaving some stuck to it. Oh, that's so much better overall, though. Whoa. Okay. It's far from perfect. I don't know how much farther I should be trying to go, though, because, like, the speckles are just... Ugh. I could try a light amount of isopropyl. This is a potent combination here.
107 orators from T2 SDE have joined. End of line.
T2 SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently kind of doing a little bit of a restoration on an HP 5245L frequency counter. Actually, it's electronic counters. Yeah, it's also a frequency counter. It's a gorgeous Nixie tube machine, and I'm going through and cleaning everything on here because it works very, very well, and it's super pretty, but was very, very disgusting. So we're getting close to done. I'm trying to clean up some of the aluminum bits here that have some, I'm thinking clear coat that has decayed and is leaving behind stuff. So I'm trying to see what I can do to get that off. But the unit itself is turning out extremely well over here. I'm gonna have to do the same process to the aluminum handles. There is some yellow goo on there as well, but otherwise it's coming along quite well. I'm really looking forward to it. All right, let's try getting a little more aggressive. Yeah, this just may not come off. Not without really extreme measures I don't particularly want to do. All right, I'm gonna do overall clean here. Then we'll call this part done. And we'll look at the handles. Does the unit still have original fan in the back? It does. I have been re-lubricating the bearings over and over and over again. All right, better. I think on camera you won't really notice. In person it kind of looks like pitted rusted metal, but I'm pretty sure it's just a decayed one. Time to put a quieter one in yours. It is loud. It also, it's crazy how it looks like a two-stroke engine too. It's got the transformer like right on top of it. Okay. So you can definitely see it's worn off up here, but then it's yellow in the middle like that. I think it's the same thing that was going on with this. This is a much brighter metal, I guess, though. This is probably aluminum. I suspect that's steel or stainless steel or something. But we'll see how this goes. I'm just going to go straight for the melamine. I'm going to flip it around. make it easier to track how much I am removing. Yep, definitely stuff coming off. The handles are aluminum? Oh. Well, it's definitely making a difference, at least. Very much making a difference. This isn't working as well. It's just pouring it on. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, that worked out really, really well. So the other side, I think, is worse. Yeah, you can definitely see the yellow here and down here for sure. Let's get that off. It's already heavy enough that I feel like I wouldn't really notice if that was aluminum or steel. Oh, it's so much better looking now. Put the front screw back in. That is a good call, because I could lose track of it. Okay. It's mostly gone now. Just a little bit at the bottom and top still. I think that'll do it. Yeah. Okay. Now, I think I want to do a light brushing on the inside of the handle, because I don't believe there is supposed to be anything on there. We can see there's gook up here, a little bit down in there, maybe some stuff in there. So I'm just gonna spritz a little simple green on the brush. I'm gonna OCD into cleaning mine now. Okay, now that's a scratch. Not a lot I can do about that. It's looking better. See, when the dust is wet, you can't see it. Okay, that's looking way better. Let's flip it around, look at the other side. Ooh, there is some goo in those top wing things for sure. Pro tip, don't apply too much twisting force to the plastic grab handle. They've twisted, never hold themselves up properly again. Ooh. Yeah, I can feel that it's two different pieces in there, so I will keep that in mind. I have a feeling I'm never going to clean that. Maybe if I go to town with isopropanol. I think that is dead skin. Yeah, it's better at least. Wasn't as much dust in this one, but I'll still do a little pass here. Okay. We got one more thing to do. And then I think we can put it back together. We have knobs to clean. So this shouldn't be too difficult. Mostly I just want to get the dirt out of the corners of the flanges and the grooves. There we go. Looking real good. These are surprisingly clean in the caps. Usually I see the caps get a lot of gook built up in them. It's gonna be weird to have this thing be like clean and nice. Unfortunately, this one's slightly damaged. Nothing I can do about that. Let's see if good Chinese word crevice. Alright. This one probably, it's a little dirty. Just gonna give this a mild spritz. Okay, clean hydrants like 15 years ago, showing needs it again. 2 houses, all there, and renovation dust. Yeah, I can see that. I guess that's slightly better. Somewhat, yeah. Hold on a moment. Okay. All right, let's put it back together. First things first, I should actually reassemble the external module. Okay. So, this goes 50 pointed up. Then we have the screws to lock it down in. And then we use my definitely the correct size drive tip screwdriver. All right, now the big one, which I didn't really have an idea of exactly where it went, but I'm just going to point it straight up. I think I need to raise it. Oh, what? Well, that's cool. Okay, I'm going to leave it at 50, because that's where it stopped. Cool, this might be out of calibration. At least it didn't matter. But whoops. Because that was where the knob slipped on me. Oh, you know what? No, I'm going to take this off. Actually, hold on. This is dirty. Just use a little bit of a clean. There we go. It was dirty and slipping last time. Okay, I'm going to raise this up just a little as I tighten it. It's easy to calibrate. Do I just turn it all the way left and then have it set where I think it is right now? Is that it? Okay. Okay, there we go. I think it's correct now. That feels a lot better. Okay. We'll go with that. Which means I can put it in the machine now. That's basic calibration, get a read procedure, repeated frequency with peak reading. Okay. Nothing in there that shouldn't be. Inside of that thing looks horrific, but no one's gonna see that. Boom. Oh, it matches so good now. This is actually cleaner than this is. Huh. Or the paint has just aged slightly differently, but it's not too bad. Okay, let's put on all the other knobs now. All 12 billion of them. Which means I need this one. I think I'm gonna have to put this upright, actually. Okay, this one there, but when it cooperates. Trying desperately not to scratch anything with the Allen wrench now. I think I'm making the mistake of putting this too far down again. Okay. Make sure I don't do that on the others. Yeah, the previously owned information is something I'm trying to preserve. Although, now that I think about it, that's probably not supposed to be yellow. But I'm going to pretend that it's that stupid, like, executive gold kind of look. Yeah, I think I might want to look into a card solution here. I don't have anything good like that. I only have cardboard. I'm just going to hope for the best for right now. I'm going to manually space them up as I put them on. Come on. Oh, I backed that out way too much. There we are. We'll also get to see if blowing air through the rotary knobs will have helped at all. I'm going to guess not. Well, at this point, it's too late. We're going by hand. Oh, I didn't lift this one. And there we are. Okay, I'm going to do a very light spritz of water on the microfiber. Just wipe this out. And we're done. That's it. Guys, ready for some gorgeous Nixie counting action? We'll see how the knobs are. All right. Power cable is plugged in. Boop. And look at it. Go to 1 second. That's 0.1 seconds. This is 1 second. Oh my gosh, that's so good looking. Dude, it's so good. Oh my gosh. It's so much better. Holy moly. Oh man. You can't even tell that the module came from somewhere else at a cursory glance now. Oh, I'm super happy. I am super duper happy now. Looks way better, yeah, doesn't it? Like, it really hasn't changed that much. It just seems completely different. What can we count with it? Subscriptions, yeah. Well, the idea is we can use it for counting like time lapses of things. So this is running 1 second here. What I would like to do at some point, I don't know if this is an option, but it'd be super cool if I could get a cable to hand hold or something, but to like start and stop, that would be really nice. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Taking it back, see the stream currently at Goodwill? Oh, you got to hunt the Goodwills, don't worry. Starting the show countdown. Well, I'd have to film it up to 5 minutes and then, or is it 3 minutes? I don't remember what the timer is. It's 3 minutes. Film it up to that and then just play the footage backwards. Oh, the badge I took off. Yeah. There was one casualty here. I don't know that I can. I think I stretched it too much. I think it's bold around here. It's pretty bad. I won't throw it away. But at most, I think I will stick it on the rear. There's a nice spot above the whatever BCD counter thing is. But yeah, I don't think it's going back on the front. Definitely not where it was, because that was a really terrible location. A compact, whoa, CRT? I mean, I feel like is that like a Desk Pro CRT? That seems worth grabbing. Vintage Olivetti calculator. Hold on. It's not a logo, is it? A logos? Wait a moment. Olivetti. Presario series. Okay. That's a little less pressing. So, if you find any Olivetti calculator with this design style, with specifically circular buttons on top of a square cap, I want it. In black. Is it logo 7? The reason is it matches the typewriter. Oh, dude, look at this thing. It's so good looking. All right, so also here, okay, missing the base, clearly supposed to sit flush desktop. Ah, if I put it flat, look how nice and clean the top is. Oh, that looks excellent. I will try to save the badge. I mean, we can try that right now. It's not like we got anything else to do. I mean, there's a clock I would like to look at, but I'm not optimistic about that. There's a storage switch back here. I wonder what that does. There's also aux A, aux B, digital recorder. Yeah, that's probably some weird nonsense. Olivetti 930 PD. Okay, let me look that up. 930 PD. That one is too late, I think. All right. Calculator Museum website, so hilarious. Collector value 7 out of 10? I don't think so. This was made in the late 80s, early 90s? No, this is from the 60s. Hook it up to a plotter. Plotters didn't exist. XY recorders did, but this does not hook up to an XY recorder. My spectrum analyzer does. But that's, yeah. Maybe that's what $7, maybe that's what they mean? Yeah, really. All right. What are we gonna do? Oh, the badge. Yeah, we can try and recover the badge. Okay. Let's shut this off. By the way, this is, I don't think I have any noise reduction on. That's how loud the fan is. I don't think it's too bad. I mean, it's not messing around, and it's got kind of a lot of stuff to cool in there, so yeah. What is the digital out for then? I don't know, it's a 50-pin Centronics connector. Who knows? It's probably some custom BCD thing. All right, I'm gonna shut it off. Oh, that's interesting. Changing this killed that? Why? Or did it stop on its own? Oh, you know what? It probably stopped when I put it down. Because I bet I, flipping that bumped something, or... Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's what happened. Stop before you touch a knob? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it bumped something. Alright. Let's take a look at that badge. I have a couple of ideas. We're gonna need this. And let's go with this. I really need CRT or the calculator by them anyway, just to incentivize us to store to stock more. Calculator, it's not... I don't think it's worth it. I passed up on more interesting calculators than that, personally. Because there are a lot of interesting calculators out there. Like any Unicomp. Or not Unicomp. Oh my gosh, my brain is completely forgetting. Unisonic calculator is more interesting than that. Okay. Putting it to manual, count each pulse as seconds. You can turn that on and off and it'll count. Yes, so it might be something like that. Ideally, it could be self-contained within, but we'll see what I can come up with at some point. Okay, I have a couple of ideas of how I can try and work on this. So the back of my screwdrivers have this, but that's not like perfectly flat. My X-Acto knife has a rounded edge. Might be, yeah, this might be really good. I want to try this a little bit. Yeah, it's actually doing a pretty good job of smoothing out the wrinkles. Okay, let's try this. Ooh, no, don't want to fold it over. Okay, that's already looking dramatically better. Work on guitar amps? No, I do not. Guitar stuff is one of those things that I know never ends. Okay. Possibly now. It's kind of working out. Use the output on the back and switch that. Ooh, yes. Output, standard frequency. Hello. Yeah, let's mess with that a little bit. Yeah, absolutely, let's mess with that. That would be perfect. Okay, rip clock. We're doing nonsense today. You know, I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out, actually. I think this is good. I think this is good. Use a flat surface? That doesn't exist. Oh, wait, you know what? Oh, it's not really big enough, though. Let's find out.
Loracoo says CHEER 100. What did you do today? I planished a sticker by your command.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Although that's not exactly flat either. Yeah, see, flat surface ain't real. All right. I know the bumps, yes. I got one other option. Stack of printer paper. Oh, that tape is garbage. Okay, let's see what we can do with this. The problem is there's still glue on the back, and that's not helping. I think all of the bumps are from the glue. Yeah, that's as good as it's going to get. I'm happy with this. Okay, let's figure out how we're going to mount it to the back. You know what? I know how I'm going to mount it to the back. Okay, so it's going above the digital recorder port. Okay, it's mostly flat. This is dried out. How do I keep misplacing all of the things? I swear the glue should just be in this drawer. I have a giant bag of this stuff. Where is it? It definitely seems like one of those things that I would put somewhere and think, I use this all the time, and then immediately forget where I put it. Ah, found it. Okay. That is so too much. Oh my god, and the cap's gonna be permanently glued to it. Whatever, you know what, fine. Also, I got it on my hand. Okay. Where'd the tweezers go that were easily visible? Boom. The irony, yeah, I know, right? The irony, yeah, I get it. And it's dripping over it now. Ugh. Hold on. I'm doing this off camera so I can actually focus on it. All right, basically it's never going to be perfect. There we go. This corner keeps curling up. There's nothing I can do about it. There is glue specifically under there, but it won't hold because it's curling too much. So, oh well. There is one last option. This is a good idea. Trust me. take a piece of tape, put it on my shirt, take it off, put it over the whole thing. And that will hold it down while the glue cures. And I can take the tape off later. Okay. That doesn't seem good, Wesley. So hopefully that holds that corner down and the rest of it, and that'll be it. Okay, so while we're back here, let's take a look at what the rear output options are and see what we can feed into the front and count from that. And then see what we might be able to make as far as a trigger. I happen to have somewhere, oh my gosh, finding them will be a nightmare. Like trigger switches. They're not really meant for that. There were reset switches for the PC Junior, but if I remember correctly, they are normally open, which means I could have the trigger connected. So I click over to start, it goes, or I hold the button, click over to start, and then release, and then it goes. And then I can watch until it's done and then click and hold in order to have it go. Or I could have it be like a press and then a lock switch or something that holds it. Something along those lines where I believe I should be able to build something today. So maybe even 3D print a thing. I don't know. We only have an hour and a half though, so I'm not super optimistic that we're going to get that far. Arcade switches? No, that's enormous. Maybe an arcade joystick that has the button on the top already, but that would be it. Just I'll put it on the back. Yeah, so let's look at this. A dial in mine needed to be tuned, turned to an N a few times till any angry signal. Okay, so these are the outputs that Philip is talking about. So on the back of the unit, this is the oven that determines the internal frequency generation. That's why there is a frequency adjuster there. So we have mode, internal standard frequency, we have scalar output ratio. Okay, so this is kind of fun. If you've never dealt with ye old-fashioned stuff, cheap foot pedal. No, I don't. I want it to be, it has to be a hand actuated thing. I like the idea of a foot pedal actually, but a hand actuated thing is on camera. So it has to be that. Anyway, you have to determine how many child protective services you want. No, this is cycles per second. That is ye old-fashioned hertz. Matrox Millennium Lestic. I'm not familiar with Lestic. I am familiar with Wiko, though. Cannot believe you made a video slander here, John CIBM. Cody. Hey, how's it going? Oh man, it is. There's some fun comments on that IBM video. My favorite though is the person who absolutely could not help themselves but comment, Linux users, Linux good, Microsoft bad, and like, I mentioned Linux one time, and I didn't even besmirch Microsoft in that video. 10 megahertz standard, now it only wants, so now only wants 1 megahertz input. Oh, I see what you're saying. So that's a 1 megahertz oven? That's hilarious. Yeah, even the HP 3525B is a 10 megahertz. So that's interesting. No, I use Arch, by the way. I think my viewers would just implode if I said something like that. 50 to 60 cycles input power, too, by the way. It's a weird baseless joystick used. Oh, it's that one. Okay, yes, I am familiar with that. Yes, very similar to that, actually. I forgot about the Mercury switch one. Yep. The oven is 10, the external is 1. Oh, okay. Wasn't the less stick available for a couple of other systems as well? Or was it just 2600? All right. So this is the input, and this is the output. All right. Not sure, only ever saw it for 2600. Okay. So I want to test the output, but I got a funny way of doing it. What if we used, to test our HP frequency counter's frequency output, an HP frequency counter? Look at the little baby one to go with the big one. I'm not sure I've ever actually powered this, so let's find out what happens. Thankfully, this one's already not disgusting. I like what it's doing already. Hey, I think that's good. I don't know. Not Nixie 2 recyclist junk. In person, this actually looks kind of stunning. I think it's blowing out the red on camera a little much. It is really a nice, deep, rich red.
CHEER 100. Confucius says man with one frequency counter always know what frequency it is. End of line.
Schmite, thank you for the 100 bits. That's fantastic. Okay, I have no idea how to use this, by the way. I just like... All right, so this is a... Now that I know I gotta care, hold on. At least I know I need to care now. Is this a 50 ohm? Yes, this is a 50. Okay. So we're gonna plug this in here. Boop. And then we're gonna plug it in to the back of the big boy. Boop. All right. Let me power this one. It almost calculated pi. Okay, I got no idea what I'm doing here. At all. So this is 100 cycles per second. A gate delay. Max, no. Okay. Do I need... Okay, so this should be kilohertz, exponent 3. Okay, here we go. AC/DC button needs to be out. Oh, it is out. Okay, so 100 cycles per second. So 0 exponent. Okay, I'm getting it. This is clicking. So if we do 1 cycles per second, then we can use that for counting. What I think I would like to do, though, is use maybe 100 for 100 milliseconds, and then route that in for a second display counting. Each channel has the same set of buttons. Use the left set. Yeah, this. I was the AC/DC button is here. Because I'm pretty sure frequency A here is to just display A. I don't know. They used to look like math things. Screw that. I don't know what frequency C is. Is there a port on the back? No. Is frequency C internal or something? Let's find out. I got no idea what C is. Oh, hold just like stops reading. That's weird. Okay. C is internal. Is my internal dead? Or do I need to change the level? I'm not going to change the level. Okay. So, can I... Well, it doesn't really matter on this. Okay, I'm happy with this. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's right there. Okay, so that needs to be out, I guess. Okay. I'm glad this thing works too, because now I can use this when I don't feel like breaking my back and pulling this thing out. Also, let's be real, that's probably a whole lot easier to read on camera. Okay. Easier to see, yeah. The other one looks cooler on camera. It does, but not all situations cool is the most critical factor. A lot of situations it is, but not all of them. All right, I also don't know if it actually has a battery in it. I'm mildly concerned that it might. Hopefully it does not. It's really light, so I feel like it probably doesn't. I don't see a battery access panel, so let's just hope that it doesn't. Options. Battery is not ticked, so I think we're good. See, over here on voltage, it has a cross through it, so battery not crossed, I think we're good. Oh, it doesn't have C channel either, or an oven. Wow. Wow. What garbage. They just bought the bare minimum junk. The other thing, no, this thing is the exact same thing as this thing, but like 2 decades older. So if I get this out of here. Okay, that's cool that that frequency counter works. I'm really excited about that. Unfortunately, unlike the frequency counter, I also have this, but this no worky. I can plug it in, and I can explain why. We need to work on this at some point. This thing is utterly fantastic, by the way. I am in love with this. One day we'll get it working, but that day is not today. So if I turn it on, all right, we'll see it's doing some stuff, but it never actually updates the display. This is a DMM, all right, except it's really weird. So we have a 3470A or 34740A display, and then a 34703A DC meter. This is two different units. Up top is a display module that was generic and used for multiple devices. Down below is a multimeter. If you open this up, it is a sandwich device. So this has a single display cable that goes up to the top to actually send the data. So this thing is weird, but there's some kind of communication error between the DMM and the display, and it does not work correctly. So at some point we're gonna have to work on that. The LED displays looks cool. Yeah, I really want to find some of those on their own to use for a project someday. Is the light show thing back to the owner? It is, yes. They were very happy and surprised I was able to fix it. All right, let's figure out how external inputs work on this. Okay, maybe this is easier to read. I don't know. Okay. Is this the signal input DC or AC? So you're saying this is AC, so it should go into the bottom. Okay. Now we have signal input here. I think that's correct. Time base, 1 second. Shouldn't there be a little LED racing? Yeah, that. They are in fact Nixies, yes. So I can slow this down. So there's 1 second. It's like the time base is meaningless. Does the time base just not matter when you're using this? Change the gate time if you want more or less decimals. Gate time. What? Set to frequency. Okay. I'm gonna bump this back up. I don't know what this is, but it's weird. Oh! Okay. I think I get it. So if I increase the speed again, I might need to increase the sample rate. So this is milliseconds, it's 1 millisecond. So if I crank it up again, it should be only 0.1. Okay, I love this thing. I've knocked the storage switch on the back. It's in the down position. Is that wrong? I kind of love this though. This is super cool. Okay, which way should the storage switch be going? Up? You set it to remote, do disconnect or input. What's the big knob? Unrelated. If I switch it to plug-in, we could send the signal into here, but this basically is a divider. So, actuate the switch a bunch. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna turn it off. The storage switch. Okay, storage is now up and cycled the snot out of it. Okay. I think it's still doing the same thing. So I'm gonna speed up. Oh, it's counting it now. It's just, okay. Ah, well the other one was really cool too. So that's 10 milliseconds, is that right? I don't think that's right. Unless... Oh, I'm just gonna let it do its thing. 10 milliseconds. But it is set to 100 cycles per second, so that should be, oh no, that is 10 milliseconds, isn't it? Maybe? No, 100 cycles per second should be... It's 1,000 I'm not doing good at this. 100 hertz is 10 milliseconds. Okay. The inverse is screwing with me there. Okay, so let's go 1 kilohertz. 1 millisecond. Okay. You use manual start. Set the switch. Well, hold on, because I kind of like the idea of being able to time milliseconds. So we'll do stop. And then start. No. Start, reset. Then connect and disconnect the input and it'll count. Okay, I'll set it to 1. Reset. Am I missing something? Hold on. So now I use manual start, set the rears, then just connect. Disconnect the input and it'll count. Manual start. We're getting gate. Gate light tells you it started a new measurement. So if I reset, okay, does it not print it until I do stop? Because that won't work. What are we doing? What is, what? Hold on. Okay, this is 0.1. This is 1. 10, 100, 1 kilocycle. Okay, so this is 1,000 hertz. I think it's counting somehow weirdly. I don't know, because this did what I wanted. And I can reset this. Your function switch isn't doing what it should. Should not have the KC light to the right. Should not have the KC right to the light of the numbers according to the manual. So okay, well, I've screwed it up. Hold on. That's maximum rotation to the right. We're off by a couple of positions. Hold on. Actually, go full right. Okay, so 100K, whatever that is. Okay, so now, yeah, but why doesn't that align correctly? Okay, so that's remote, so start. As far as it goes, it should point at stop. Oh, that should be stop? Oh. I thought there was another one down here. In that case, it came incorrectly positioned. So you're saying that? No, hold on. So there. That's leftmost. Yeah, that does explain. I really thought there was like another position down here that was something else. Like a lot. I really thought there was. Okay, so start. Okay. Then frequency measurement. That makes sense. Now period average, whatever this nonsense is. No clue. Okay. So that's 100, 1K, 10K, 100K just goes kind of way really far. Ah, this makes sense now. Okay. All right. So while this is going, this is just purely counting. Time base means nothing, right? Yeah, this is completely worthless over here. That's a shame. So we just pretend that's seconds and that's milliseconds. I wish I could get that light to turn on really badly. Because if I could get that light to turn on to have a digit indicator, that would be sweet. Also, I gotta say, after clearing out, I'm gonna set this to 1 second on the back. I think after blowing out the switch, it's way more reliable. Yeah, it's way more reliable. Just air helped a ton. Could use period average of your decimal. Okay, that's back to 1K. But does this ever print? Because I think the problem is that that is showing the sample rate. So this one, I can adjust the sample rate over here. And I can also hold it. Okay, always 0. All right. That's fine. This is how we learn. Okay. Well, one, I don't know. It feels like it's a complete waste to have that be a blur, but also it's kind of funny. And let's be real, I'm never going to count anything that's more than 5 digits of seconds, so that's fine. I almost kind of wish there was like a mechanical calculator digit indicator slider thing, but it should just let me somehow indicate there. I mean, even then, you could have been taking a Polaroid of this. Okay, so from here, if we disconnect input, it stops. Then we can reconnect to keep going. So what I need is a momentary switch with a lock on it. The momentary switch needs to be normally closed, and then I have a switch that opens the circuit. So when I'm ready to start, I press the switch, lock the circuit in, and then when I'm ready to go, I release. I can put the cable down, and then when it's getting close to done, I pick it back up, and then when it hits the time, push the button, and then I can unclick the thing to disconnect the signal from the remote. What does the gate BNC do? This? I have no clue. My guess is that you use this to send in a voltage that sets your gate level, because I don't see a way of setting your gate level here. Maybe sensitivity volts? I don't know. That's trigger the gates of the internal time base. Okay. So gate basically means it's counting. But it takes a DC input if it's 50 volts max. It's not, you can't just short these two contacts. Right? Also, out of curiosity, check. Is this influenced by the thing in the back? No. Okay. Did I buy solderable BNC connectors? I don't remember if I did or not. So I don't think I ever intended on... You know what? I don't need to. Because I bought PCB edge ones. I can just use that and then have a cable. I would need 2 cables, actually, for in and out. Or I could just get like a couple more BNC cables and just cut the ends off. It would just be permanently wired. Oh, Brent, that's awesome. I'm glad you've been enjoying the videos and stuff. It's an interesting place to work. That'd be a problem for me. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The time base is useless here. It resets it for some reason. But, yeah, it doesn't do anything helpful. Other than changing the significant digits. So I want it to be 1 millisecond because I want to show 1 millisecond's worth of resolution. But, yeah. The time base will scale the count. Oh, okay, so then this is now useless. Okay. This, in this mode, should control where that light goes. I'm just saying. Like, HP, when you make a 52, 45, I don't know why it's an L, but a B, you make this, in this mode, move the indicator bulb. Just saying. And by HP, I guess I mean key sight. L for landscape? I have no idea. That's a frequency counter, not a chronometer. Well, does HP make a Nixie tube chronometer? And am I gonna have to spend 4 hours cleaning it too? This thing is so sweet. Oh my gosh, I love it. Extra logic to move it once you count more. I would be fine with it just like clearing and resetting it. Basically, this should just control where the light is. You get to decide the time base, essentially. Okay, I think we should try and find my switches, normally closed ones. How do we want to design this? Because actually, I think the hand piece is going to be the most critical part. Dude, this thing's fantastic. Well, I see your internal reflection for the 9 there in the camera now. I didn't see that in person. That is funny. Design what? Okay, so here's the idea. I guess let me do it the fun way. There's so much old smell coming out of that thing. It's wonderful. I know the smell you mean literally, yeah. Okay. So we have two connections on the machine. So we have the output, and then we have the, oh, that was a bad idea. And then we have the input, okay? So what I want to do is I want to have a signal come out, okay, and then be controlled for video purposes by a handpiece, okay? So on top of the handpiece, I want basically a giant red button, okay, that I use to click in to start the, actually to stop the signal. Then on the side, I want a switch that I move from one position to another. And then this will control the signal going to the input. So the way that this handpiece will work is there will be a switch inside that is normally closed that this will connect to. And then over that is this part right here. And then the signal will go down to a DP or an SPDT. Let me get this red thing out of here. I guess which is also the same thing. So a second switch, but this one's locking. I don't remember if there's a different circuit schematic for this. So this one would be the locking one and could be used to disconnect. And then that is this one. So the idea is that that thing always counts when it is getting a signal. So when I want to start counting to time something, okay, I have the switch in hand, I lock this into the closed position, and then I'm holding the switch. So it's a two-handed operation off camera. I will flip it into the lock position, and then when I go to start the timing, I release the button, all right? It then starts counting. This is key. It needs to be normally closed so that I can then put the handpiece down, all right? Then, as I get towards the end of whatever is happening, or I'm ready to rush and do it, I can just reach over, okay, maybe this is a thing, okay, I'll be able to just quickly reach, grab it, and slam the button down. Then when I want to stop the signal from updating again, I just flick the lock switch on it, which will permanently disconnect the signal inside. That's what I want to make. So, I either have to find something that has these switches already in it, which isn't impossible, but it's not unlikely, or it's not likely, or I'm gonna have to 3D print something that does that. So that's what I'm thinking. Need big red button on the desk, you can smack with your hand to stop the count, yeah. Could also use a latching button. I would not want to use a latching button because that would be much more likely to cause noise on the input. A toggle switch would work. I'm not a huge fan of that though. It triggers real bad on bouncy switches. All right. That's good to know. That's also a good reason to do it at the millisecond scale, just in case there is some dirty contact stuff in there. My building texture slab. Definitely need more buttons. Nah, the 2 is good. It would be even better, okay, so there is a, I have an example of this, actually. Somewhat close-ish here, yeah.
CHEER 101, everything counts in large amounts. End of line.
You know, actually. I wonder. Also, Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. This is the shutter control for my camera. It has a push button and it has a lock. So this is for taking indefinite exposures. So you plug this into the camera and then you can hold this to manually open the shutter. And then if you want the shutter to stay open, you push it forward. So this is still one switch and it's a push button. It's mechanically held shut. I don't see any reason this wouldn't work. Like I just buy a different one of these things. We cut this one up and use this because this is like perfect. I don't know if there could be a more flashy one I could use on camera, but it would definitely be possible where, because this is just holding the button down, if I think I'm getting close to the end, I can hold this in, pull this back, and then release it when I'm ready. Well, Philip, even if it doesn't, I think I could modify it. We can also just open it. It's only 2 screws on the back. Yeah, that is the main concern. I don't know. I assume it's closed to open shutter, or elsewise the signals would be kind of weird. But let's see what we have in here. I'm guessing there's just one big switch. Simple SPST, normally open button. Okay, hopefully this doesn't explode and like springs fly everywhere when I open this thing. Huh, okay, it does not want to open. That's a minor issue. Why does it not want to open? Holiday Inn card to the rescue! Oh my gosh. Ooh. Why is it so many switches? You know, on the one hand, I kind of like how easy it would be to clean this. Yeah, how does it tell which position the slider's in? But yeah, zero logic, so the buttons are just directly wired out there. That doesn't matter though, because I would run the BNC cables out of this thing. Okay, but here's the critical thing. That tells us how the Nikon Switch one works. So we can go shopping to see if there's a prettier one. Autofocus, you're 100% right. Half press for autofocus, full press for that. Yup, 100%, that's it. Okay, you nailed it. I forgot to do autofocus to this thing. I don't know if there's a reason for me to use a half press. I don't think so. Well, the Bad Guys Dead Man switch is the style I want, but this mechanically is already so good. Like, it feels stupid to try and reinvent the wheel when I can just buy something for like 10 bucks that is already perfect. So let's go look at Nikon shutters. I'm gonna shut the thing off and see what options there are, because that's perfect. Maybe there's a movie villain style one. Oh, that already exists. By the way, just for kicks, I've been tracking the stream data usage today. We have used 4.3 gigabytes of data up and 800 megabytes down. And it seems like we're averaging 400 kilobits per second down, and then the spikes are probably the JSON. Actually, I don't think that's related to the streaming. That was happening before, too. Maybe Nextcloud or something's running. I don't know. But interesting. I was trying to see about data usage. Yesterday, I received more data than I sent by a lot, and it turned out that it was because I left no machine running, which, oops. Okay, hold on. There we go. Unlogged in Amazon. Nikon D5300 shutter cable. So this, oh, I hadn't even considered that. A removable cable one means that I could just build an adapter cable for it. That's kind of sweet. I don't like that. Ooh, actually, no, that adds a point of failure. That's going to get dirty contacts. Nah, we can't do that. It needs to be hard soldered. Okay. So this is physically the same thing, same thing, same thing. That's fancy digital one. Pfft. Might be the spyware reporting back. You know I use Linux, right? Also, it's funny. Start browsing the internet. Boom. Way more data usage comparatively. Oh, that's wireless. Don't want that. Use toggle switch. I need the physical thing that it goes into as well, though. That's the thing. The beauty of the shutter option is that for $10, I don't have to 3D print something, and I don't have to hold a 3D printed thing. I just replace the wires with some BNC cables. Done. That's the beauty of this solution. Also, the lock, again being in plastic, eliminates the bouncing. So there'll be a little bit of bouncing when it's the first thing hits, but that's going to be a lot less than a big old clunky switch. I was just kind of hoping there was one that was prettier, but I guess they're all probably ripping off this one. Obviously, we're not buying a Nikon one for $35 so I can cut the wires out. Although what I could do is I could buy myself a like fancy wireless one and then just hack up the one I've already got, because I don't really care. Maggie, I don't think I think that's Polish. But that's the limit to the extended forward language knowledge I'm going to have with that. GPIB enabled. But a toggle switch will have less bouncing and a push button held by plastic. Again, though, I can't just buy a toggle switch. I need something to put it in. Sorry, wrong window. That's all right. Hopefully that was fine to put in public. Just a raw toggle switch isn't going to work. I really wish I could use one of these. I really, really do, but there is literally no way. If you don't know what this is basically like a brake cable for a bicycle. And then there's a metal thing. No, Dziak. There's a metal thing that pokes out, that pushes into a hole in the camera body that, yes, Bowden cable, that presses the shutter. So it's really cool. My tripod, one of my Velbons, has this built in to the handle, and then there's a cable that you can put up into the camera to do it. I would love to use one of these. Connect this to a toggle switch? Yeah, but it can't pull out, though. Also, no DC. I can't, there's no way to use a toggle switch. It's literally impossible. Without 3D printing a chassis, that's the thing. You can't just say use a toggle switch. There's a whole physical chassis component to it that is required. Yeah, just put it up on a pipe. I mean, that's the problem. But anyway, these are all really boring looking. So I can either cut that one up, and then actually, I have everything. We could make this right now, actually. As long as I'm willing to sacrifice and replace some cables and stuff, we can make it right now. Because I'm not against getting a wireless shutter cable solution, maybe something more like this for my Nikon, because the last reason I was using that shutter and why I knew where it was is when I had the Nikon mounted to the ceiling, and guess what? Having a cabled shutter connected to a camera connected to the ceiling sucks. So a wireless one would actually be pretty nice. I don't know what we're doing. So Dziak, we got my frequency counter all cleaned up, and I want to make a cable that connects the output to the input through a cable shutter. Well, it is basically a shutter, but a button on here, hold on. This Nikon shutter cable, all right, over here is a diagram. From this frequency counter, it has an output on the back that outputs a frequency. I want this to go through a button that I can press to release to start counting, and then have a switch that locks it so it keeps counting, and then it sends a signal to the input. So the output from the frequency counter goes through the switch to the input. It then counts it. This is the shutter for my Nikon camera, and we just cracked it open. Inside, it's literally just blades that touch each other. And I could use this with the physical plastic mechanical lock to do exactly what I want over there for the frequency counter. So if I just grab two BNC cables and cut them up, we can make a shutter holder thing for this right now. There is a problem though. Nixie stopwatch, this sounds dumb, I'm here for it. Here's the main issue, okay? This is the length of BNC cable that I have. So that's as far away as I can get, and that's not a whole lot better than just reaching over and clicking start. So I might want to, maybe we do have to stop and I order like some 10-foot cables. Because this is a problem. I ordered all 3-foot BNC cables because I assumed I was just going to be connecting things from a bench. Button is not big or red enough. I mean, I got the paint from the ZX Spectrum. Check out an emergency stop button. Yes, but that doesn't lock. That's the problem. The button has to be, the signal needs to be connected while it's counting, or else it doesn't work. Do I have a socket on hand so you don't have to cut the device? So this is not hardwired to this. This is on a connector that I can remove. It's just a BNC jack on the back. So it's really hard to take off blind. But again, that is the total length of the cable. And having to go to the back kind of sucks. If there was a BNC jack on the front, that would be enough. But because I have to go to the back too, it's a problem. Get BNC crimper, plugs, and a roll of coax. I thought it had to be like impedance match for a particular length. Am I wrong? Oh, a socket for this. No, it's a weird proprietary Nikon thing. No, I can't. No. I would have to kill a Nikon camera to get that socket. For this frequency, nah, cable can be any length. Let's go shopping. I'm not against being able to make BNC cables. Plus, I could get 50 ohm and 75 ohm ends and be able to make video cables for the Extron stuff. Oh my gosh! I could make video breakout cables from complete scratch. Okay, let's do this. RG58 cable is a 50. Oh, wait, I need 2 different cables for video and not video. Okay. BNC crimp tool. Okay, I didn't know the cable needed to be it too. Okay, was Klein good? I know Klein is probably slightly overpriced, but last time like especially this DuPont looking stuff. Okay, crimper, coaxial, BNC, and RCA. Ooh. Make sure the BNC ends are for the correct ohm rating. Yeah, I know that. This does not at all work how I thought it did. Get the blue one? What's wrong with the Klein? Oh, I hadn't even considered I could make type F. Is it the same crimp? I mean, it looks like it is. Okay. One moment. No, that's S video. All right, take all my weird cable spools to storage. Stupid me being smart. I might have a spool of coax, but I'm not sure. I should maybe look. Oh, hello. I didn't realize this. Wait, what now? What is this thing? Wait a minute. I just found something interesting. I didn't realize this. You guys like tangents? Because it's tangent time. I have a matching whatever this is. Test oscillator. Is that a frequency generator? Wait a minute. So you're telling me I could go click, output, input.
Laura says CHEER 100 a tangent. Here. Who would ever expect that? End of line.
It doesn't want to stay up though. There goes the power bill. That's a slightly good point. Let's see how much power the Nixie counter uses, because I actually haven't checked. Here's one for Dziak really quick, though, while he's here, because I can't keep meaning to mention this. Oh, I finally got a new monitor. This is, I'm not even kidding, probably the newest monitor I own. This is an Asus internal 3D vision display. I thought you'd get a kick out of that. I'm pretty sure this may not have the 3D vision ready. I don't know if it has the transmitter integrated or if it's just 120 hertz. But I think it has a transmitter integrated. But it's pretty sweet. That's the fastest monitor I own, and it still has a DVI port. Goodwill monitor run continues. It does. Okay. This thing draws. It's only 100 watts. Psst, that's nothing. Okay. As cool as it would be to use this to run that, that's a stupid idea. So I'm not gonna do that. It would make way more sense to just use a BNC joiner to extend that cable from the back. But I'd rather have it be just two cables, a short one that goes to the front, a long one that goes to the back. That'll drop off on average as the oven heats up. Wait, the internal one? Or this? What are you saying? I'll just keep scratching against something. I don't like it. Oh. 100 watts, how much my computer goes up by when I stream. Fancy pants, we got this thing, or we got this thing. Fast as I own, massive TV, 124K, 240, 1080. Mine's an Asus monitor from Goodwill. I completely forgot I owned this thing. You know, have part 3 of the title. Interval oven on switches the element on and off to keep temperature. Switched on cold, you're on oven all the time until it gets up to temperature. About 20 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad. Do the units lock together? No. No, that's one of the other problems and why. Oh, that's this way that explains stuff. That's kind of cool. I was wondering why the feet go off to the sides. They go over the rails. That also explains why the rails are so scuffed up on the top of this thing. Same on this, they're scuffed up on the top because they lock side to side so they can't go. It doesn't lock this way at all. That kind of dips off, so I guess you can't crush yourself with a bunch of heavy nonsense. Huh. But yeah, they don't really, there's nothing to attach them on there. You'd have to put them in a rack. Need another stacking device. You can't see scuffs. Just keep buying them until I find one that doesn't have scuffs. Okay, well, this is kind of cool. This is not usable, though, for the fun stuff that I want to do. I mean, it is, but it's too much to set up. We cannot reasonably do that. It's already going to be bad enough to drag this thing out. Okay. Cables. Buying BNC production hardware. Let's go back to that. Is that foot lock into the groove in the top? It didn't do it very well if it's supposed to. Yeah, it's too far in for that. I think it's mostly just to catch it in case you accidentally slide it too far forward. Okay, Helen Croft, why this one over the Klein? I'm not understanding. I mean, I don't understand how this one works either. Want coax cable ARG. Okay. With matching BNC. Okay. Is this just... Don't lock at all. You're expecting not throw your measurement tools around. Psh, boring. Okay, cable. Oh my gosh, it's so cheap. It's 100 feet. Free delivery. Man, I love finding the edge cases for Amazon free delivery where they just, like, are really screwing themselves. Although 100 feet, it's probably not that much. I mean, you're definitely not getting it on a wood spool. Or if you are, it's like a 1 foot diameter wood spool. Free delivery 100 pounds of rocks. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Yeah, that's 100 feet right there. Okay. I would rather it come with a spool. Let's see if there's any reviews that show it coming with a spool. No, it just comes all bound up. Okay. Is this specifically 50 ohm? Is there a different model number that I would get for 75 ohm? Overhead from New Jersey. Oh my gosh. Look at the pic with the BNC mounted, see how thin it is compared to what I have. I was looking at that. It seemed kind of thin. Is there a reason to go for that? I mean, that would work way better for my cable shutter thing. Gold one is SMA. Oh my gosh! Yeah, that's tiny. Again, that's perfect for my cable shutter, but am I going to have issues with that if I start to make other cables? RG numbers of specific impedance and specs. Okay. Okay, so I can search, that's cable. Okay, so let's assume I just get the UXL, all right? And then connector, not SMA. Wow. Oh, I think I have some of these somewhere. That makes sense. They're incomplete. So I assume there's a back that goes on here. There's two pieces. Crimp tube. Okay, I don't understand how this works. So you have, I presume, a solid core that you cram in there, and then do you like pull this down? Put the cable braid over the connector tail, pull tube over it, crimp. Okay. Interesting. Although it looks like this is a solder version. Are they all? Yeah, I suspect what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some research after stream on this. Solder ones are bad. Okay, so yeah, don't buy this. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add one of the random cables to my cart on Amazon, and then that'll let me keep the model number. And then I will do some research. Hello, Ben. We got the frequency counter working correctly, kind of perfectly, and then I realized that I could buy or modify one of my Nikon shutter things, because they're just a cheapo button with a physical lock that I could use for making a remote option to take the output from the backside and route it into the input for creating a cable start-stop. So we're going to use a Nikon shutter remote. I wonder if there's like a Canon one or something that would look better. I'm just going to assume not, though, because I don't know what the pinout of that looks like inside. But I need to be able to make BNC cables because none of my cables are long enough, and I need two different lengths, one for the input and one for the output, to make it work correctly. And I'm thinking making a cable would be cool, but it also looks like I need to do some research on this. This is proper crimp. Okay. Okay, so this is... You basically crimp all the stuff in one go and then heat shrink it. Oh! Huh. Okay. So you crimp the gold thing on, shove that in. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm against this. This is just, okay, I'm learning. Okay, so this is one of those things where you would have to like make sure that you've got the lengths of the cut in the strip part correct. Like they have to match. Unless that pin just happens to be the perfect length. Yeah, lengths are critical. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I would hope this would come with like a card or something with it, so you could hold up against the wire for the proper lengths, or maybe I'd end up like making one. What's RG58? Is that 75 ohm? No, it says 50. 50. Oh, it's for different cable diameters, isn't it? Your usual BNC cable, like you have already. Okay. I think I'm going to get like 50-foot rolls of this to use. Oh, I said plural. I gave a hint of what I want to do. Oh, you can't get it in colors? Boo. That's it. That's what I want. How do I get that? How do I get this wire? Not quite. But that's 75 ohm. Okay. Okay, so I can look for SDI video cable spools for that, probably. .3/16 thin coax, okay. SDI 75 ohm. Yeah. That sounds perfect then. Okay. Because I would like to be able to make 75 ohm BNC cables, probably with a thicker, better insulated jacket. So that'll be the chunky stuff. I would like to be able to make signal BNC cables. And I'd like to be able to make the really thin ones for the shutter, because that won't matter. Is the RG whatever, RG71, is this solid core? I imagine it is. Or is it going to depend on the wire? Playful, I am aware. Yes, that's why I'm saying I want to be able to make both. It is not solid core. Perfect. Let me see, just color. So 59 for 75 ohm. And that's chunkier. Okay, that's probably perfect. Oh wait, that's RG6. Yeah, but it'll cost like 3 times as much from like a real vendor, because then they'll have like copper in the cable instead of bronze painted aluminum. Same diameter, only different impedance. Okay. Okay. This is kind of sweet. Wait a minute. I kind of love that. Whoa. Oh man. Video, audio left and right. That's what I'm seeing here. But it doesn't look like there is any insulation around the other 2 channels, because it's meant to be DC power, so that doesn't work. And it would only work for composites. So that's not that helpful. No ground? There's ground rounded around the video. They just have to share. Okay, RJ 59, BNC, CCTV. Okay, so that's definitely 75 ohm. Okay. Come up with a more awesome switch. I can't really. So the problem, DZAC, is I don't want to 3D print it, because it's going to be kind of junk if I do. I'm going to just add this to my cart just so that I can see the model number. This. Like Canon shutter cable. Like, let's... They're all the same. There is no pretty one for this. And I can't think of a better pre-made solution. Canon's connectors are, I'm cutting it off. It doesn't matter. The main benefit to using my Nikon one is that there's one over there that I don't particularly want to use anymore. I am very happy replacing my Nikon shutter remote with a wireless one and then repurposing that. So it's kind of free to do that, and it will work. Oh, so you've abused a shutter release for this, you're saying, Ben. That's kind of hilarious. Okay. For something similar. Nurse call button. I kind of like the idea of nurse call button, but there's no reason for that to lock. That is more what I'm thinking, but that's not going to have a locking switch. That's definitely more what I'm thinking. Yeah, my D53 doesn't have a receiver thing either, but it's, yeah, this, ooh. The question is this injection molded? Or could I open it and add a toggle switch? So Lucky Bob, the problem is I need it to be able to stay closed. It's not, I can't, just a push doesn't help. It has to push and lock. Also, I need it to be normally closed in this instance. Yeah, being water resistant definitely makes sense. So this probably is not going to work. Ooh, black. Yeah. Yeah, I see the seam. That's definitely fully injection molded. Okay, so these aren't going to work then. Use a button to trigger an Arduino that closes a relay. Oh my gosh. Ugh. At that point, I'm just going to have the Arduino be the signal source. Yeah, we're just going to go Nikon shutter. I'll buy some of the thin BNC cable because I want that anyway. Buy the tools and stuff. We're going to make this work. Yeah, it is basically time to end stream. We're just wrapping this up. Rip clock. No, clock's never getting serviced. Some of these almost look appropriate, but they just don't quite get there. Game show buzzer. Like, I don't know about that one. Game show buzzer. They're more likely. Yeah, no, none of those are working. That better. It's a little expensive. Tool might not crimp it, usually only the bigger stuff. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Make sure that it can handle that exact cable type. Yeah, I don't want them to be the easy button from Staples.
5 tier 1 subs to Tech community. They've gifted a total of 78 in the channel. End of line.
Shade Tree, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'll make sure that the crimp tool is matched to the cable type. Wow, it really runs out of the buzzer types quick. Oh, good. I'm so glad they offer this $20 15-foot 3.5 millimeter extension cable. Whew. That would have been scary if that wasn't available for $20. Let's try handheld. Oh, better. We're getting better. Okay. So these ones are wired. Buzzer joystick. I see a screw hole. Actually, I kind of like these. I kind of really like these. I kind of hate the $70 part, but I might be able to fix that on eBay or something. I don't want the fun colored ones. I don't like that there's only one company making those. Old Pong paddle controller. A Pong paddle controller is, it's not quite that. The stick off of a Wiko would work. But I'm not destroying a Wiko. I'm not a monster. I like how it assumes you just want random kids' garbage. Like, here's some air toys or whatever. Try button. Button. This is going to be the last search. All the same exact brand. And then this. It's totally a PSP. It's totally Mario Kart. Oh, it is a 4-pack. Okay, that is better. I was going to say, we're 2/3 of the way towards the cables. All right, well, there's no terrific options here. I'll have to look. What on earth? Anyway, all right. You have a Wiko in pieces in on your office floor? Oh my gosh. What? Would handheld push to talk? Oh my gosh. Does that exist? Push to talk handheld? That sounds crazy. To just CB radio things. That's also kind of funny. Oh my gosh. What? This would be beautiful. I'm not paying $30 for it though. Is it USB? What does this even do? It's so good. I want that, but then I have to cut a hole in the side of it and put a switch in for the toggle. It's just not gonna work. It's gonna be the Nikon shutter release. It's gonna be. There's no other option. The Nikon shutter solves needing the normally closed switch because it locks the same switch, so there's no chance for bouncing. So I think it's just gonna be the Nikon shutter. So I'll order the BNC cable stuff, and then, yeah. I don't see any other options. All right, though, it's time to go run the outro. And boop. There we go. All right. Hey, we got this thing looking all spiffy, nice and purty. Figured out that the control switch here was in the wrong position basically the whole time. Learned a lot more about how to use it for doing stuff. Start, reset. Let's go 1 millisecond and go. Hey, look at it, it's counting. So it can definitely be used for doing stuff on stream now, but I do want to make that cable shutter. So we're probably almost certainly gonna hack up this exact cable. I'm gonna buy a different wireless shutter for my Nikon so that I can do camera stuff that way. It'll make a lot more sense. But yeah, So, plans for next time. And next time is when we will catch back up. So, if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon. But for now, that's it, and I will see you next time.